they turn it back up.
Yeah. Huh.
So we're live now. Or no?
So we are live now.
Okay.
Just gonna.
Yeah, you get it. Yeah, you gotta say that's as well as the stars. That's as far as yeah. All right. We have Maya Tamura who's going to be singing. It starts with Maya.
Alright. Should be good now.
What's so proudly we have at twilight and bright stars through the perilous fight. Forever course we won, where so gallantly speak. And look into the dawn stars sing in air, giving through the night.
Good morning, streaming viewers. We're here at the 2020 SMAC Fall Kickoff Day 2. And we're kicking off Day 2 with session number 5, the 14-year-olds. This morning, the 14-year-olds are going to be swimming the 100 free, the 100 backstroke, the 100 breaststroke, and the 100 butterfly. Events 17, 18, 19, and 20. So thanks for joining. To help you orient yourself to the view that you have on screen, the lane that is closest to the dive well is going to be lane 6. The lane that is closest to the white starting tent, that is going to be lane 1. And at the bottom of the screen there, you can see the blocks. That is the start finish end of the pool. We'll be noting the heat and event number in the chat as we go along, and we'll be using the audio to keep you up to speed on the heat and the event numbers, as well as who is in the pool swimming. Thank you for joining. Looks like we're just a few minutes away from starting with event 17, heat 1 of the 14-year-olds 100-yard freestyle. Some last-minute checks going on by the starting crew and the officiating crew, and then we'll be underway in the next 2 to 3 minutes with event 17, heat 1. And there's the first whistle for heat 1 to make their way to the blocks.
1 over to your block.
Got it.
Take your mark.
Okay, we're underway with day 2, event 17, heat 1, 100-yard freestyle. In the water, we have lane 2, Sadie, lane 3, Nick, lane 4, Alexis, lane 5, Helen. And for those of you just joining and watching, you'll notice the orientation of the pool. The lane that is closest to the starter's white tent is going to be your lane 1, and the lane that is closest to the diving well is going to be your lane 6. Bottom of the screen is your start finish.
Take your mark.
And heat 2 is in the water. In heat 2, Kate, lane 1, Cheyenne, lane 2, Ronan, lane 3, Min, lane 4, Vignay, lane 5, Samantha, lane 6.
That's first call for heat 5. Swimmers, please clear the pool.
All right, heat 3 is ready to go, warmed up. And under after the early dip in the pool is heat 3. Lane 1, Brock. Lane 2, Addison. Lane 3, Maya. Lane 4, Fisher. Lane 5, Elise. Lane 6, Max. And coming down on the final lap, lane 4 going to be touching first with a time of 101.72. Followed by lane 2 with a 104.22. Yeah, I want to unmute that.
And then we hit heat 4 now. Or?
Okay, heat 4 in the water. In the water competing, we've got Emma, lane 1. Patricia, lane 2. Anna, lane 3. Tyson, lane 4. Cole, lane 5. And Quincy, lane 6. And coming into the final few yards, it's a close one between 5 and 4, and lane 4 touching first in a 59.12, lane 5 in a 59.27, it looks like.
So have to do this. See, this is like, that's fine.
Okay, your mark.
All right, heat 5, swimmers in the water, and they are away. In lane 1, we've got Ian. Lane 2, Sparks. Lane 3, Maya. Lane 4, Goen. Lane 5, Stella. Lane 6, Maddie. And I'm just going to go ahead and apologize right now because I'm sure at some point today I'm going to mispronounce somebody's name. So my apologies in advance for that, but we'll do our best to accurately name everybody. All right, coming back, we've got lane 3 with a slight lead, but lane 1 and 2 pushing for the finish. And it looks like lane 3 is going to hold on with a 1 minute 0.24, followed by lane 1 with a 1 minute 0.64.
Take your mark.
Heat 6 in the water. In the water competing, we've got lane 1, Jordan. Lane 2, Alex. Lane 3, Mariano. Lane 4, Ben. Lane 5, Jaden. Lane 6, Tori. And at the 50, lane 3 touching first, 26.54 for the split. Lane 5 making a push into the final turn. And as they come down the home stretch, lane 3 and lane 5 very tight to the finish. We have lane 3 with a 56.14 unofficially. 5 was a soft touch and didn't show up. So we'll have to wait for the final scoreboard. All right, in the water is heat 7, final heat of the 14-year-old mixed 100-yard freestyle. Competing in this heat, we have lane 1, Peyton, lane 2, Maya, lane 3, Ben, lane 4, Ella, lane 5, Catherine, and lane 6, Wolfie. Coming into the 50, we've got 3 touching in a split of 25:03. And coming into the finish, it's going to be lane 3 touching in a 52 flat, followed by lane 1 with a 56.55. Okay, up next, event 18, heat 1. And just a reminder that there's a 3-minute break in between each one of these events to allow the swimmers a little rest in between this quick session this morning. Up next will be the 14-year-old mixed 100-yard backstroke. There'll be 7 heats of this event, and we'll be getting started in about 3 minutes. For those of you that may have just joined us, some poor orientation. If you're looking at the diving well, you are closest to lane 6, and the lane closest to the starting white tents is lane 1. The starting blocks are going to be at the bottom of your screen. So thanks for streaming with us today, and hope you're enjoying the meet.
To the wrong person. You should just keep doing. You're good at it. You got the voice of, what do you call it? Administrative voice.
State your mark. This is the final call for heat 2, second call for heat 3, and first call for heat 4 of the heat.
Okay, heat 1 in the water. Again, this is the 100-yard backstroke. We've got lane 2, Sadie, lane 3, Nick, lane 4, Alexis, and lane 5, Helen. And as they come into the wall, lane 4 touching first in this heat, 114.56. Underway for heat 2. Lane 1, Kate, excuse me. Lane 2, Min. Lane 3, Brock. Lane 4, Quincy. Lane 5, Cheyenne. And lane 6, Samantha. And heading into the wall first looks to be lane 4 with a time of 111.64. Heat 3 of the 100 backstroke has Fisher in lane 1, Vinay in lane 2, Max in lane 3, Maya lane 4, Elise lane 5, and Ronan lane 6. And as they head into the final few yards, looks like lane 6 is going to be touching first in a 109.01, followed by lane 3 in a 115.07. Off they go with Heat 4. Competing in Heat 4, lane 1, Wolfie. Lane 2, Addison. Lane 3, Jaden. Lane 4, Jordan. Lane 5, Maddie. Lane 6, Emma. In case you're just joining us, welcome. Thanks for tuning in this morning. We are in the middle of event 18. We're on heat number 4 of 7 for this event. This is the mixed 14-year-old 100-yard backstroke. And on your screen, lane 1 is going to be closest to the white starting tent, and lane 6 is going to be closest to the diving tank. All right, as they make their way past the third and final turn into the final lap, lane 3 and 4 coming into the final wall very close. We've got 4 touching first in a 109.27. 109.27, followed by lane 3. Heat 5 in the water swimming. We've got Patricia, lane 1. Mariano, lane 2. Alex, lane 3. Tyson, lane 4. Ian, lane 5. And Stella in lane 6. This is Heat 5 of the mixed 100-yard backstroke. And as they come into the final wall, lane 3 with a 105.53, followed by lane 2 in a 107.96. Competing in Heat 6, we have Tori, lane 1, Anna, lane 2, Cole, lane 3, Maya, lane 4, Sparks, lane 5, Go On, lane 6. And at the 50, that was lane 4, slightly ahead of lane 2 with a 31.71 split, followed by a 31.79. Very close race at the 50. Lane 3 pulling ahead slightly. And as they come into the final touch, lane 3 with a 103.89, followed by lane 4 with a 105.86.
Your mark.
All right, the final heat of event 18 mixed 100-yard backstroke is underway. In this heat, we've got competing in lane 1, Ben, lane 2, Catherine, lane 3, Ben, lane 4, Maya, lane 5, Ella, and lane 6, Peyton. And as they come into the 50, looks like lane 3 with a 28.42, first on the wall. And as they come into the finish, what's going to be lane 3 with a 58.31, followed closely by lane 6 with a 103.01. Okay, that concluded event 18. Next up is going to be event 19, the mixed 100 breaststroke. And there's a 3-minute break in between the events. So we've got approximately 3 minutes here before we'll see heat 1 of event 19, mixed 100-yard breaststroke, coming up next. Thanks for those that have joined us for streaming this morning. We hope you're staying warm from wherever you're streaming. It's nice and brisk out here this morning for these swimmers, but they're doing a great job in the water and a great job staying warm and a great job adhering to all the additional protocols this morning so that this meet can take place. Event 19, Heat 1, up next.
your mark. This is the final call for Heat 2. Second call for Heat 2.
All right, event 19, Heat 1 is in the water. We're halfway through this first morning session here. And in the pool competing, lane 2, Nick, lane 3, Helen, lane 4, Sadie, and lane 5, Alexis. And at the finish, lane 4 touching in a 126.39, followed by lane 5 in a 130.66.
Take your mark. This is the final call for
Heat 2 is underway. Heat 2 starting us off in lane 1, Samantha. Lane 2, Cole. Lane 3, Min. Lane 4, Sparks. And lane 5, Fisher. Lane 6, Ronan. And making their way on the final lap and coming into the wall, lane 2 is going to finish with a time of 122.84, followed by lane 3 with a 127.3.
This is the final call for heat 4.
Heat 3 underway and in the water competing. Quincy, lane 1. Elise, lane 2. Maya, lane 3. Kate, lane 4. Cheyenne, lane 5. Wolfie, lane 6. And lane 6 is going to be touching first for this heat with a 124.46, followed by lane 4 with a 127.82.
Take your mark. This is the final call for heat 5.
Lane 4 is in the water. Lane 1, Catherine. Lane 2, Ian. Lane 3, Tyson. Lane 4, Vinay. Lane 5, Brock. Lane 6, Max. And making his way into the wall, lane 3 with a 122.68, followed by lane 1 with a 125.21.
This is the final call for heat 6 and second call for heat 7. And again, there will be a 3-minute break after the final three.
Heat 5 competitors in the water for this event 19 mixed 100 breaststroke. Starting off in lane 1, Tori. Lane 2, Jordan. Lane 3, Mariano. Lane 4, Maya. Lane 5, Mia. Lane 6, Addison. As they make their way into the final lap here, lane 3 followed by lane 4, closely followed by lanes 2 and 5. But lane 3 coming into the wall first with a time of 117.71, followed with a touch by lane 4 with a 121.59. All right, moving into heat 6. We have lane 1, Maddie. Lane 2, Peyton. Lane 3, Ella. Lane 4, Emma. Lane 5, Anna. And lane 6, Gown. And coming into the wall, lane 2, touching first with a time of 34.67, followed by lane 3 with a 37.10. And as we head into the final lap, lane 2 remains out in front, followed by lanes 3 and 4. Lane 4 trying to make a push on lane 3. But into the worst for this heat is going to be lane 2 with a 112.46. And a very close touch. But second place in the heat, 117.67, lane 4. All right, our final heat of event 19, heat 7 is underway. Competing in this heat, we have lane 1, Patricia, lane 2, Ben, lane 3, Jaden, lane 4, Alex, lane 5, Ben, lane 6, Stella. As they make their way to the first 50 of this 100-yard breaststroke, it's lane 3 with a split of 32.27, followed closely by lane 4 with a split of 33.56. Into the third and final turn remains lane 3 out in front, followed by lane 4 and lane 2. And into the final few yards, it's going to be lane 3 touching first for heat 7, followed by lane 4. Lane 3 was a 110.16, and that time may be off a little bit. There was a delay on the touchpad there, so unofficially shows a 110, but that time may be off a bit. Okay, up next, event 20. Just as a reminder, we do take a 2-3 minute break here in between the events. So final event of the morning, event 20, the mixed 14-year-olds 100 butterfly. We'll have 7 heats of this event coming your way in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Event 20, Heat 1 is in the water. This is the 14-year-old mixed 100-yard butterfly. In this heat, we've got Quincy in lane 2, Fisher in lane 3, and Ronan in lane 4. Heat 2 underway. Mixed 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Sadie. Lane 2, Samantha. Lane 3, Kate. Lane 4, Brock. And lane 5, Alexis. And finishing that heat, touching first, lane 5, 123.43. All right, heat 3 is underway, as is the rain here on our first session of the morning, our first dose of rain, which we expect to see a lot of today. But for these kids in the water, we've got Elise in lane 1, Cheyenne lane 2, Sparks lane 3, Tyson lane 4, Vinay lane 5, and Max lane 6. And that was lane 3 touching first with a 113.47, followed by lane 4 with a 117.56.
Your mark. This is the final call for heat 5. Second call.
Heat 4, 100-yard mixed butterfly. Competing in lane 1, Mariano. Lane 2, Stella. Lane 3, Ian. Lane 4, Trisha. Lane 5, Maya. And lane 6, Min. In case you're just joining us and trying to orientate yourself to the lanes, lane 1 is closest to the starter tents, and lane 6 is closest to the diving well. And in the outside lanes, looks like lane 1 is going to touch first with a 107.37, followed closely behind lane 6 with a 110.95. Heat 5 of 7 underway. Competing in lane 1, Emma. Lane 2, Cole. Lane 3, Maddie. Lane 4, Gowan. Lane 5, Tori. Lane 6, Jordan. And as they make their way to the first 50, lane 2 touching first in a 32-8-3 split. Lane 2 continuing with a slight lead over 5 and 6. And it will be lane 2 finishing first in the heat, 1:11.09, followed by lane 5 with a 1:12.36. Heat 6 of this final event is in the water. Competing in lane 1, Alex. Lane 2, Addison. Lane 3, Maya. Lane 4, Maya. Lane 5, Jaden. Lane 6, Anna. And as they make their way into the first 50 here, lanes 1, 3, and 4, very tight race. Lane 1, 31-1-0 split. Lane 2 right behind with a 31-2-7. Lanes 1, 3, and 4 continuing to battle as they go into the third turn. Lane 3 off the wall, slightly ahead. And it's going to be lane 3 finishing first in the heat, 1:07.66, followed by lane 1, 1:09.11. All right, viewers, this is the final heat of the final event of session 5. This is the mixed 14-year-olds, event 20, heat 7 of the 100 butterfly. Competing in lane 1, Wolfie, lane 2, Peyton, lane 3, Ella, lane 4, and heading into the first 50 in first, Ben, lane 5, Catherine, and lane 6, Ben. Lane 4 had a 50 split of 27-4-7. Into the third turn, it's lane 4, followed by lane 2 and lane 3. And lane 4 touching first in the heat, 59.01, followed closely by lane 2, 1 minute, 0.86. That will bring us to the end of session 5. So thanks for those who have been streaming along. Stay tuned for session 6 to come. There'll be a short break here as the athletes from this session depart the pool and the athletes from the next session start to be allowed in for warm-ups. And then we'll be to our warm-up time period before session 6 here. We'll be off the audio for a little bit, but the live feed will continue. And you'll see the kids warming up. There'll be 2 warm-up sessions, half the kids in the first group and half the kids in the second group, before we get session 6 underway. So take a break, go get some popcorn, and be ready for session 6, 15-year-olds, coming up soon. Okay, good morning, everybody who is with us. Thanks for streaming in with us this morning. We finished session 5. Right now, we're in between sessions. Session 6 is scheduled to start at 11:45. So if you're keeping track of home and waiting for the next session, make sure that you're got your popcorn and your drink, and you're all set by 11:45 for the next round of action. Right now on screen, you're going to be seeing the kids warm up. Athletes for the first warm-up session are entering the pool now. They have 20-25 minutes for warm-up, and then the second session will get in, and the meet will start around 11:45. Something to note, the meet official is gonna be running the heats a little bit quicker for this next session. So there'll be a little less time in between the heats, but then there'll be a larger break in between the events. So there'll be about a 6-minute break in between each of the 4 events. We're going to be starting with event 21, 100-yard freestyle at approximately 11:45. Hello to all the streamers out there. Thank you for joining us. We are getting ready for session number 6. This is the warm-up going on now, so you're not hearing a lot from us at the moment, but we'll be back on once the session 6 gets kicked off, and that kickoff is scheduled to start about 11:05 a.m. So this is the second group of athletes in the pool warming up that you can see right now. They'll be finishing their warm-up at about 11:40-ish. A couple of notables for this session. This is events 21, 22, 23, and 24. The mixed 50-year-olds, 100 free, 100 back, 100 best, and 100 butterfly. We've got 6 heats in each of these events, and between each event, they'll be taking about a 6-minute break. All right, streamers, thanks for tuning in. We're sitting quietly here during warm-ups. This is warm-ups for session 6, 15-year-olds, mixed, 100 free, 100 back, 100 breast, and 100 butterfly coming at you soon. These kids are going to be swimming these 4 events, starting with the 100 freestyle. We should be kicking off at approximately 11:45, according to the meet timeline here. So we've got a little bit longer in warm-up. Thanks for those of you that are tuning in and joining. And we hope that you enjoy seeing the kids out here swimming. It is windy, it is chilly, it is rainy, and these kids are doing a great job of competing and putting up some good times. So tune in and enjoy. Talking to you more as the events get started. Again, we'll be starting about 11:45 once the warm-up period ends. Couple of notes: there'll be 6-minute breaks in between each event. Be a short break in between each event. Because the session is so short, that break gives the athletes a little bit of a chance to recover before their next event. And then also from an orientation standpoint, you are looking at the diving well and the lane closest to the diving well. That's going to be lane 6 for you. And lane 1 is going to be that lane that's closest to the starting block. All right, good morning, good afternoon. Thanks for streaming with us today. We're getting ready for session 6. This is going to be the 15-year-olds, starting with event 21. The athletes have finished the warm-up, and event 21, heat 1, is getting ready to start. Each of these events is going to have 6 heats, and throughout the events, we'll keep you up to speed on what event and what heat is taking place with the chat, as well as over the audio here and letting you know who's in the water so you can follow along at home. Thanks again for joining us on the live stream today. And let's cheer these kids on from home. They've got rain, they've got wind, and they've got some fun weather conditions to deal with, but they're all out here doing a great job and ready to swim fast this morning. All right, we are underway. This is session 6. Thanks for tuning in. This is event 21, the 100-yard freestyle mixed for 15-year-olds. This is heat 1 in the water. And in lane 1, we've got Nolan. In lane 3, Natalie. Lane 4, Peyton. And lane 5, Sophia. And touching the wall first, lane 3 with a 104.63, followed by lane 5 with a 107.20.
Mr. Referee.
All right, heat 2 is underway. And in this heat, we have lane 1, Katie. Lane 2, Roxanne. Lane 3, Vivian. Lane 4, Emma. Lane 5, Owen. And lane 6, Maddox. Again, this is event 21, heat 2 of the mixed 15-year-old 100-yard freestyle. Thanks for tuning in for this session 6. We're just underway with this first 100-yard freestyle event. Quotables, if you're just joining us and you're looking at the screen, lane 6 is going to be closest to the diving well, and lane 1 is oriented right next to that starting tent, that white and gray canopy tents there. And looks like lane 6 is first to the wall in this heat with a 107.86. Or my apologies, with a 57.86.
This is 3 of event 21, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard freestyle. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Heat 3 underway. Leading off in lane 1, Evan. Lane 2, Amelia. Lane 3, Mason. Lane 4, Danny. Lane 5, Madeline. And lane 6, Harik. Each of these events in this session has 6 heats. And first into the wall, lane 3 with a time of 56.53, followed by lane 1 with a 57.85.
4 of event 21, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard freestyle. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 4 in the water. Swimming in heat 4, we have lane 1, Chip. Lane 2, Riley. Lane 3, McKenna. Lane 4, Daniel. And lane 5, Kira. And lane 6, Arnav.
First call for the 100 backstroke. You're in heat 1 or 2, work your way to the staging area.
And as the swimmers make their way into the wall, lane 1, first to the wall with a 56.66, followed by lane 3 with a 57.55.
Five, event 21, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard freestyle. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 5 of event 21, 15-year-old mixed 100-yard freestyle is underway. In heat 5, we've got 1, Liv. Lane 2, Sloan. Lane 3, Kyle. Lane 4, Maggie. Lane 5, Jillian. Lane 6, Savannah. First into the wall, lane 3 with a split of 26.46. Behind him is lane 5. Lane 2 and lane 5 continuing to lead as they hit the third flip turn. And in the home stretch of the final lap, lane 5 making a push on lane 2. Going to be a nice close finish here. And lane 5 pulling the victory in the heat, 56.01, followed by lane 3, 56.18. right, heat 6 is in the water. This is our final heat of event 21. Kyle, lane 1. Ryan, lane 2. Dylan, lane 3. Paul, lane 4. Felix, lane 5. Caitlin, lane 6. And first into the wall, lane 3 with a split of 24.70, followed closely by lane 4 with a split of 25.18. Lane 3 out in front as they head into the final turn. It's going to be lane 3, lane 2, followed by lane 4. Lane 2 making a move on lane 4 after that first 50. And coming into the finish, it's going to be lane 3 touching first with a time of 50.90, followed by lane 2, 52.43.
You guys can stand down.
Okay, that is the end of event 21. There'll be, as a reminder, a break of 5 to 6 minutes for the athletes. These sessions move along pretty quickly, so this break is important so that they get a little chance to recover before they get into their next event. So event 21 is in the books. Event 22, mixed 15-year-old 100 backstroke, is up next. And we have about a 5-minute break before heat 1 will be up to the blocks. All right, heat 1 of event 22 is underway. In lane 2, we've got Nolan. Lane 3, Danny. Lane 4, Chip. And lane 5, Maddox. Thanks for joining this session line today and streaming in to see these athletes participate and compete. If you're just joining by chance, you see the diving well there where athletes are warming up and warming down. That is going to be closest to lane 6. The lane that is closest to the tents with the starting equipment, that's going to be your lane 1. And first into the wall on heat 1 with a 1:07.53 is lane 4.
Yard backstroke. Swimmers beside your block, Mr. Referee. Your mark.
Heat 2 underway, event 22, 100-yard backstroke. Lane 1, Peyton. Lane 2, Sophia. Lane 3, Natalie. Lane 4, Arnav. Lane 5, Jason. And lane 6, Owen.
Heat 4 should be in the staging area.
Lane 4 and lane 5 making their way into the finish. We've got lane 4 touching first in a 110.12, followed by lane 5 with a 111.07.
In the staging area. This is T3 of event 22, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard backstroke. Swimmers beside your block. Mr. Referee.
I didn't know you had to help.
3 of 6 underway. Roxanne, lane 1. Parikh, lane 2. Felix, lane 3. Kiera, lane 4. Amelia, lane 5. And Madeline, lane 6. And making his way into the wall first for lane 3 with a time of 1:08.29, followed by lane 4 in a time of 1:11.95.
Area. This is heat 4 of event 22, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard backstroke. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Take your mark.
Heat 4 underway. Competing in this heat, lane 1, Maggie. Lane 2, Liv. Lane 3, Sloan. Lane 4, Evan. Lane 5, Katie. And lane 6, Riley. Swimmers are bunched up as they come into the wall. And lane 1 with a split of 32.63, first to the wall at the 50. Lane 1 maintaining a slight edge. Right with her is lane 3, followed by lane 4 and lane 2 as they come into the final turn in the last lap. Last few yards, they're staying neck and neck with each other. On the finish, lane 1 with first touch, 106.37, followed by lane 3 with a 106.47.
This is heat 5, swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Heat 5 competitors are off, and in lane 1, Jillian. Lane 2, Emma. Lane 3, Kyle. Lane 4, Caitlin. Lane 5, McKenna. Lane 6, Vivian. And a tight group as they come into the first 50 here. Lane 4 with a first touch of 30.77, very close behind lane 3 with a 30.84. Lane 3 and 4 continue to be neck and neck as they head into that third and final turn, with lane 5 and lane 6 making a push as well. Here they come strong into the finish. It's going to be lane 5 with the first touch, 104.24, followed by lane 4 in second place with a 104.35.
Two mixed 15-year-old 100-yard backstroke. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Our sixth and final heat of event 22, the mixed 100-yard backstroke, is in the water underway. Competing in this heat, we have lane 1, Kyle. Lane 2, Paul. Lane 3, Dylan. Lane 4, Ryan. Lane 5, Savannah. And lane 6, Daniel. And as they make their way into the first 50, it's lane 3 with a split of 27.43, followed by lane 4 with a split of 29 flat. Lane 3 heads into the third and final turn with a solid lead, followed behind by lane 4 and lane 2 making a move. Lane 2 making a move for that second place, but first into the wall for this heat, lane 3, 57.65, followed by lane 4, 1 minute, 0.19. That concludes event 22, the 100-yard backstroke. We'll be moving on to event 23, the 15-year-old mixed 100-yard breaststroke. There'll be a 6-minute break in between these events. So just a reminder, we'll be resuming competition here in 6 minutes. So take that restroom break, grab a little bite to eat, have some popcorn, grab some water, and get ready for some breaststroke action in about 6 minutes. We'll have 6 heats of the 100-yard breaststroke.
One of event 23, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your blocks. Mr. Reed.
All right, underway in event 23 here. In session 6, we've got heat 1 competitors in the water. In lane 2, we've got Roxanne. In lane 3, we've got Katie. And in lane 4, we've got Maggie. All right, and for heat 1, coming into the wall first is going to be lane 4 with a time of 1:20.86.
Heat 2 of event 23, 15-year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your blocks. Mr. Referee.
Off they go in heat 2. Starting in lane 2, Sophia. Lane 3, Amelia. Lane 4, Natalie. Lane 5, Arnav. Again, this is heat 2 of event 23, 15-year-olds mixed 100-yard breaststroke. If by chance you're just tuning in and you're wondering where is lane 1 and where is lane 6, lane 1 is closest to the starting tents and lane 6 is closest to the diving well. And on the finish there, we have lane 3 touching first with a 1:23.76, followed by lane 5 and a 1:28.5.
This is heat 3 of event 23, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 3 is underway. In lane 1, we've got Parikh. In lane 2, Sloan. In lane 3, Kiera. In lane 5, Peyton. And lane 6, Daniel. And coming into the finish, we have lane 1 with a 1:18.27, followed very closely by lane 2 and a 1:18.49.
To the box. This is heat 4 of event 23, 15-year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 4 of 6 is in the water. Competing in this heat, we have Caitlin, lane 1, Madeline, lane 2, Emma, lane 3, Savannah, lane 4, Evan, lane 5, and Vivian in lane 6. Heading into the third and final turn, very tight heat. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 very tight, and followed by lane 5 trying to make a push here at the end. As they come into the final few yards, too close for me to call, it's going to be lane 3, 1:14.79, followed by lane 1, 1:14.92.
Right guy to the bottom. This is Heat 5, Event 23, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Yard mark.
Heat 5 of 6 underway with lane 1, Dylan, lane 2, Chip, lane 3, Kyle, lane 4, Mason, lane 5, Felix, and lane 6, Kyle. It's going to be Kyle Chu in lane 3 and Kyle Vu in lane 6. As they approach the third and final turn, lane 3 out in front, followed by a group of 3 swimmers, lanes 1, 2, and 4, making a push for that second place in the heat. Coming into the final few yards, lane 3 is going to be our first finisher in a time of 1:09.93, followed closely by lane 4 with a 1:13.65.
This is Heat 6, the final heat of Event 23, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Yard mark.
Heat 6, the final heat of event 23, 100-yard breaststroke for the 15-year-olds. In this heat, we've got lane 1, Liv, lane 2, Paul, lane 3, Ryan, lane 4, Jillian, lane 5, Danny, and lane 6, McKenna. As the swimmers approach the first 50, it's going to be lane 3 with a split of 30.73, followed closely by lanes 2 and 4, who are almost dead even on the split. Into the third turn, lane 3 stays solid out in front with lanes 2 and 4 right behind, battling for that second position. And lane 3 is going to be our first to the wall with a 104.47, followed by lane 2 and a 108.50. That brings us to the conclusion of event 23, the breaststroke. Will be a 6-minute break before we start event 24. Event 24 will be the last event of session 6. These swimmers have finished 3 events. They've got 1 left to do. That's the 100-yard butterfly, a personal favorite of this announcer. So we've got 6 minutes before event 24 starts, and we'll be up with event 24 heat 1, the mixed 15-year-old 100 butterfly.
Event 24, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard butterfly. Swimmers to your block. This is P1. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Final event of session 24, making their way on the blocks is the 100-yard butterfly. Event 24, heat 1. In this heat, kicking us off for the 15-year-old 100 butterfly, we have lane 2, Nolan, lane 3, Peyton, and lane 4, Mason. And first into the wall, lane 4 with a time of 1:10.86.
This is heat 2, event 24, mixed 15 100-yard butterfly. With your block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 2 underway. Owen in lane 1, Roxanne in lane 2, Parikh in lane 3, Katie in lane 4, swimming in lane 5 is Natalie, and in lane 6, Sophia. As they make their way into the finish here, lane 3 is going to be our first one in the heat to the wall with a time of 1:10.03, followed by lane 4 with a time of 1:15.86.
This is heat 3 of event 24, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard butterfly. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Heat 3 of 6 is away and in the water. We have lane 1, Liv. Lane 2, Evan. Lane 3, Felix. Lane 4, Madeline. Lane 5, Danny. And lane 6, Riley. As they make their way down the final lap of this 100-yard butterfly, we have lane 2 making a push to be first in. Lane 2 with a 108.02, followed by lane 5 with a 110.52.
This is heat 4, event 24, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard butterfly. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Heat 4 is underway. These swimmers have made their way through 3 events in less than an hour, and they're now on their 4th event, the 100-yard butterfly. Competing in this heat, we have lane 1, Emma, lane 2, Daniel, lane 3, Arnav, lane 4, Caitlin, 5, Maggie, and lane 6, Kiera. Grouped up as they come into the first 50, we have lane 3 touching in a split of 29.3, followed by lane 2 with a split of 31.21. Lane 3 holding on to the lead as he completes that third and final turn. Right behind him, the entire field all bunched up together. Making his way down the last few yards, lane 3 is going to be first to finish in this heat with a time of 1:04.79, followed by lane 1 on the outside with a 1:07.36.
right, this is heat 5, event 24, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard butterfly. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Heat number 5, the 15-year-old 100-yard butterfly is underway. Swimming in this heat, we have McKenna in lane 1, Savannah in lane 2, Kyle in lane 3, Amelia in lane 4, Jillian in lane 5, and Ian in lane 6 as they make their way into the first 50. Lane 3 with a 30.19 split, followed very closely on the outside by lane 6 with a 30.23 split. Both lanes 1 and lane 6 trying to make a push on lane 3 as they go into the final turn here. Final few yards, these swimmers are digging in, and we're going to have a close finish here with lane 6 pulling out the victory in the heat, 105.91, followed by lane 3, 1:28.
Is heat 6, final heat of event 24, mixed 15-year-old 100-yard butterfly. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Heat 6, final heat of the session, stepping up to the blocks. And away they go with a strong start. We've got 6 swimmers in this heat, starting with lane 1, and lane 2, Chip, lane 3, Paul, lane 4, Kyle, lane 5, Dylan, and lane 6, Sloan. Making their way back on the first 50, tight race with lane 3, first to the wall, 27.17 is the split. 5 swimmers in the 27-second range on that split. Going into the third turn, still staying very close. Lanes 1 through 5 battling out with the last few yards. Who's going to be able to pull out the fingertip touch on this one? It looks like lane 3, 58.01, followed by lane 4, 58.12. Great swims to all the swimmers in this session 6 today. Wonderful to see them out here competing. We've got the end of session 6. We're going to have a break here for warm-ups before session 7 begins. But session 7 will be our 16-year-olds, so stay tuned. Grab some lunch, grab something to drink, come back and join the live stream for session 7. Out the 17-year-olds here in about an hour. The live stream will continue. We'll take a break from the audio, but you'll be able to see the kids warming up. There'll be 2 warm-up sessions before the next session gets going. And then we'll be starting the next session immediately following those warm-ups. thank you to those who are sticking with us. Just checking in here to update you on what you're seeing. You're seeing kids for session 7 start to enter the pool. These are the 17-year-olds for session 7. Warm-up is broken up into 2 different groups. This is group 1 in the pool now. Each group has approximately 25 minutes of warm-up, and then session 7 will get underway. We'll be off the audio for a little bit during the warm-up here, but you can continue to tune in and catch these athletes warm up for their events. They'll be swimming 4 100-yard events in the span of an hour. All right, for those of you sticking with us through this intermission time period, it looks like the update for the start of session 7 is out, and we have an approximately a start time of 2:18. It'll be 2:18 p.m. approximate start time for session 7, but do tune in a few minutes before that. If you're getting up to run out of the room or do something else, get back and join us a few minutes before that. We have been starting pretty close on time or early in some cases. We'll be starting with event 25, the 16-year-olds 100 freestyle, followed by 26 100 backstroke, event 20, 100 breaststroke, and event 28, 100 butterfly. Session 7 is going to have our 16-year-olds competing in freestyle, backstroke, breaststroke, and butterfly. Hello out there, streamers that are staying with us. If you've been with us all morning, you are awesome. Keep rocking. We've got 2 more sessions here to go today. And so keep cheering these swimmers on from the confines of your warm home or warm car or wherever you may be watching from. It is cold and the rain has shuffled its way in here for the swimmers in this session 7. But they are warming up right now. So what you're seeing live stream is the second group of session 7 swimmers warming up. Their warm-ups will complete around the 2 o'clock hour, and then the meet will be starting close to like 2:18, 2:15, somewhere in that time frame. We'll be starting with event number 25, going through event 28 with the 100 freestyle, 100 backstroke, 100 breaststroke, 100 butterfly. Session 7 is SMAC 16-year-old swimmers, so hang out, stay tuned, and be ready to cheer these swimmers on as they swim in the rain and compete for some great times. All right. Thank you all for tuning in. Wherever you're tuning in from, thanks for joining us today. If you've been with us for the last 5 hours, you've seen a couple of good sessions with session 5 and session 6 wrapping up. All the swimmers doing an amazing job in those sessions. And we're getting ready for session 7 coming up next. Coming to you shortly after this last round of warm-up, which is what you're seeing on screen right now, is the second round of the 16-year-olds going through their warm-up. And in this session 7, we're going to be bringing you event 25, the 16-year-old freestyle, event 26, the 100 backstroke, event 27, the 100 breaststroke, and event 28, the 100 butterfly. So session 7 will last about an hour or so. There'll be a 3 break in between each of the events, and we'll bring you the heats, letting you know what heat is taking place, as well as the swimmers in those heats. If you're just joining us and you're orientating yourself to the screen, lane 1 is going to be closest to the starting table with the white and gray tent, and lane 6 is going to be closest to the diving well. We've got a lot of rain and a little bit of wind coming down right now for these kids, so it's going to add some excitement to the competition this afternoon. So stay tuned. About 15 minutes or so, and we'll be underway, and then we'll be back on the audio.
of event 25, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard freestyle. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 1 of event 25 is making their way to the blocks. We are ready to start session 7 in the pouring down rain. Thank you to all those who are streaming along with us today. If you've been with us since this morning, fantastic. We're ready for some great swims this session. We're going to start off with Heat 1, Event 25, 100 freestyle. All right, and right now the starter is just testing the swimmers to see how long they can stand on the blocks in this pouring down rain.
Heat 1, 103, Mr. Referee.
Okay, Heat 1 of Event 25, 16-year-old mixed 100-yard freestyle is underway. If you're just joining us for the first time this afternoon, Lane 6 is going to be the lane closest to the diving well. Lane 1 is going to be the closest to the starting tents. That's the white and gray tent at the starting end. Swimming in this first Heat 1 of 5, we have Lane 1, Henry. Lane 2, Mariana. Lane 3, Olivia. Lane 4, Hannah Ray. Lane 5, Evelyn. Lane 6, Sophie.
Oh, good. They haven't left. Live? Oh.
And Heat 1 making its way to our first finisher is going to be Lane 4 with a time of 101.17, followed by Lane 3 with a 103.27.
Heat 4, the staging area. This is Heat 2 of event 25, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard freestyle. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 2 of 5 in this 100-yard freestyle is underway. In Lane 1, swimming Reagan. In Lane 2, Elena. In Lane 3, Peyton. Lane 4, Elisa. Lane 5, Josephine. Lane 6, Karis.
yourself. Is anyone speaking Albert?
And as they head into the final few yards here, it's going to be lane 5 touching first in a 57.42, followed by lane 4 in a 57.97.
Is Heat 3, event 25, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard freestyle. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee. Heat 5 to the staging area. Heat 500 free. Thank you, Omar.
Heat 3 is underway in our 100-yard freestyle. Lane 1, Kirsten. Lane 2, Haley. Lane 3, Ben. Lane 4, Avery. Lane 5, Caden. Lane 6, Elise. Close group as they come into the 50. Lane 5, touching first in a split of 26.70. And lane 5 as they come down in the final few yards, holding a slight edge as lane 3 makes a push for the finish. And it is lane 5 with a 55.34, followed by lane 3 with a 55.70.
This is Heat 4, event 25, 16-year-old 100-yard freestyle. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee.
Heat 4 of 5 in the water. In lane 1, we have Paco. Lane 2, Hannah. Lane 3, Leo. Lane 4, Albert. Lane Dylan, and lane 6, Owen. As they make their way into the first 50 here, we've got lane 3 to the wall first with a 24.85 split. Off the wall in the third turn they come. Lane 3 slightly out in front with lanes 1 and 5 challenging behind for that second place. It is lane 3 with a 51.68, followed by lane 1 with a 52.31.
This is Heat 5 of event 25, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard freestyle. Final heat. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee. There will be a short break between events.
All right, heat 5 of 5 for the 16-year-olds. 100-yard freestyle is in the water. Competing in this heat, we have lane 1, Christian. Lane 2, Justin. Lane 3, Tracy. Lane 4, Dylan. Lane 5, Brennan. And lane 6, Joe. It's a really close heat as they come into the first 50. First one on the wall, lane 3, 24.63, followed by lane 2, 24.98. These 6 competitors are keeping it tight as they go into the third and final turn. Lane 3 out ahead lately, right behind though, following in lane 2, lane 5. Lane 3 will finish first with a 50.91, followed by lane 2 with a 51.89. Okay, swimmers are lining up for event 26. This will be the 16-year-old 100-yard backstroke. Heat 1 will start in approximately 2 minutes. In between each of these events this afternoon, there'll be about a 2 to 3 minute pause just to give the swimmers a little extra time in between these events. They are doing 4 events in the span of less than an hour, so the extra couple of minutes is, I'm sure, definitely merited by them. Up next, event 26, heat 1 of the 100-yard 16-year-old backstroke. If you feel comfortable,
of event 26, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard backstroke. Swimmers beside your block, Mr. Referee.
All right, the backstrokers are off. Heat 1 kicks off event 26, 100-yard backstroke. In lane 1, we've got Sophie. In lane 2, we've got Mariana. In lane 3, we've got Hannah Ray. In lane 4, we've got Josephine. In lane 5, we've got Evelyn. And in lane 6, we've got Henry. Each of these 4 events this afternoon will have 5 heats in it. Swimmers in lane 3 and 4 hit the third turn first, with swimmer in lane 4 coming out slightly ahead on the turn as they come into the final few yards here to finish. It's lane 4 with a 107.78 and lane 3 in second with a 108.09. Anybody who might be joining us and curious where is lane 1 and where is lane 6, there'll be a quiz later. You can enter your answers in the chat. Just kidding. Lane 1 is going to be next to the starters table under the white and gray tent, and lane 6 is going to be next to the dive tank.
For the staging area. For the staging area.
Heat 2 of 5 is underway. In lane 1, Caden. In lane 2, Leo. In lane 3, Ben. In lane 4, Elise. In lane 5, Olivia. And lane 6, Haley. Lane 2 leading the heat as they come down the final few yards into the flags for the finish. It's going to be lane 2 with a time of 101.47, followed by lane 1 with a 103.94.
This is heat 3 of event 26, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard backstroke. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee. Heat 5 to the staging area, heat 5 to the staging area. Thank you, Alma.
Competing in Heat 3, we have Lane 1, Reagan, Lane 2, Elena, Lane 3, Paco, Lane 4, Avery, Lane 5, Elisa, Lane 6, Christian. Lane 3 will be leading the heat into the turn with a split of 29-4-6. Lane 3 followed by 5, 4, and 6 as they come into the final lap. Lane 3 is going to be our first finisher of this heat. Of 101.29, and that's going to be followed by Lane 5 with a 104.56.
This is heat 4, event 26, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard backstroke. Swimmers beside your block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 4 of these 5 heats for the 100 back is underway. In lane 1, Joe. In lane 2, Dylan. In lane 3, Kirsten. In lane 4, Brennan. Lane 5, Peyton. Lane 6, Karis. Heading into the final lap, lane 3 solidly out in front at the third and final turn, followed by lanes 1, 4, and 5. Lane 3 making her way into the final few yards with a time of 58.77, followed by lane 1 with a 102.3.
This is the fifth and final heat of event 26. Mixed 16-year-old 100-yard back. Swimmer beside your block, Mr. Referee. Call for all heats to the 100 breaststroke. Call for all heats to the 100.
All right, final heat is off in the mixed 16-year-old 100-yard backstroke. In this heat competing, we have in lane 1, Owen, lane 2, Justin, lane 3, Hannah, lane 4, Tracy, lane 5, Albert, and lane 6, Dylan. As they make their way into the first 50 in the second turn of this event, lane 3 into the wall first with a 28.01, followed by lane 2 with a 28.62. Lane 3 and lane 2 out in front, followed by 1 and 4. Lane 3 at the final turn first. Lane 1 and 4 trying to make a push for that third place spot in the heat. Lane 2 making a push on the finish and at the touch. Lane 3, 58.90. Lane 2 in second with a 59.03. All right, and that will conclude the backstroke event for this session. Moving on to event 27 is the 16-year-old mixed 100-yard breaststroke. Heat 1 will be up momentarily, approximately a 2-minute break in between these events, and then we'll be getting started with the 100-yard breaststroke Heat 1. Event 27, 16-year-old 100-yard breaststroke underway with Heat 1. In we've got Lane 2, Sophie, Lane 3, Karis, and Lane 4, Henry. And making her way into the finish in lane 3 is going to finish first in this heat with a 119.23.
This is Heat 2, Event 27, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee. Heat 4 to the staging area. Heat 4 to the staging.
Heat 2 is off. Competing in lane 2, Elisa. Lane 3, Evelyn. Lane 4, Elena. Lane 5, Olivia. And as Heat 2 makes their way to the final few yards on this 100, it's going to be lane 2, touching first in a 119.52, followed by lane 3 in a 125.52.
Heat 3, Event 27, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 3 is underway. Competing in this heat, first SMAC, we have lane 1, Avery, lane 2, Elise, lane 3, Josephine, lane 4, Joe, lane 5, Hannah Ray, lane 6, Ben. And as they make their way into the first 50, that's lane 4 with a split of 33-52. Out in front, followed closely by lane 3, lane 5, and lane 2. And on the final approach, lane 4 is going to be our first finisher in this heat with a 1:10.99, followed by lane 3 with a 1:13.54.
Year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your block. The referee.
In Heat 4, all competing for SMAC, we have lane 1, Haley, lane 2, Justin, lane 4, Owen, lane 5, Reagan, and lane 6, Caden. As they come into the first 50, looks like lane 2 will have the first split at 32.94. Lane 2 followed by the outside lanes of 1 and 6. Lane 6 making a surprise push. Lane 2 followed by lane 1 and lane 6 as they come into the final 25 and the final few yards. Lane 2 will be our first finisher with a 1:09.49, followed by lane 1 with a 1:11.63.
And final heat, 27, mixed 16-year-old 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee. Take your mark.
All right, the final heat for this 100-yard, 16-year-old 100-yard breaststroke is underway. In lane 1, we have Dylan. Lane 2, Leo. Lane 3, Dylan Ling. Lane 4, Christian. Lane 5, Tracy. Lane 6, Albert. And first to the wall at the 50 is lane 3 with a 31.06. Close heat here with all 5 swimmers pushing up towards the front as they head into the third turn. Lane 2 and 3 in a dead heat as they come off of the wall. Lane 2 having looked to pull slightly ahead on that pullout. Let's see how they finish. It's coming down to lanes 2 and 3. And lane 2 with a 105.26 will touch first. Lane 3 second with a 105.74. All right, streamers, that brings us to the conclusion of event 27. Event 28 will be up next. Event 28, the 100-yard butterfly. Final event for these kids this afternoon in session 7. There'll be 5 heats of the 100 butterfly.
Of the 100-yard butterfly, please check head to the staging area. 1, 2, and 3, the staging area.
Heats 1, 2, and 3 have just been called to the staging area. Heat 1 will be getting started in the next 2 minutes.
Yard butterfly. Swimmers to your block. Mr. Referee. Take your mark.
Heat 1 of event 28, 16-year-olds, 100-yard butterfly. This is the final event of the session. We've got 5 heats. And in heat 1, we've got lane 2, Hannah Ray, lane 3, Owen, lane 4, Olivia, and lane 5, Mariana. And finishing that heat, lane 3 was a 106.99.
Quick announcement about exiting after you're done. The exit today is out the parking lot side. So when you're done, you have all your stuff and you're ready to leave, you go up the ramp over by the parking lot and out that back gate, not the way you came in. This is heat 2, event 28, mixed 16-year-old, 100-yard butterfly. Swimmers to your block, Mr. Referee. Thank you, Omar.
In heat 2, all swimming for SMAC. Lane 1, Evelyn. Lane 2, Karis. Lane 3, Haley. Lane 4, Josephine. Lane 5, Peyton. And lane 6, Christian. 100-yard butterfly. And making their way into the first 50 on the outside, it's lane 6 with a 29-2-1 split leading the way. On their way back on the last 25, lane 6, staying strong and looking like he'll finish the heat first. And he does, 105.43, followed by lane 3 with a 106.99.
Thank you, Omar.
Heat 3, competitors in the water. Lane 1, Avery. Lane 2, Elena. Lane 3, Elisa. Lane 4, Paco. Lane 5, Reagan. And lane 6, Leo. As they make their way back on the first 50. Heat 3 outside lane 6, hitting the first split with a 28.36 at the 50, followed by lane 3 and lane 4. Outside in lane 6, staying ahead of the pack. After the third turn, it's lane 6, very closely by 3 and 4, who are neck and neck, and then 1 and 2. Lane 6 going to be our first finisher of the heat, coming in at a time of 58.91, followed by lane 4 with a 102.18.
Block, Mr. Referee.
Heat 4 stepping up to the blocks. This is the next to last heat of this session. In Heat 4, starting in Lane 1, we have Elise. Lane 2, Ben. Lane 3, Hannah. Lane 4, Dylan. Lane 5, Kirsten. And Lane 6, Kaden. As the swimmers in Heat 4 make their way back for the first 50, it's tight heat with all swimmers coming in. And Lane 5, first on the wall with a 28.14, followed by Lane 3 and Lane 6. With the first 3 athletes into the wall, here they come into the third turn. Lane 3, slight edge on that third and final turn. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 all grouped together right behind, fighting for that second place. Lane 6 making a push to hold on to second place. And it'll be lane 3 with first in the heat, 59.63, followed by lane 6, 1 minute, 0.58. Heat 5 is off. In this heat, we've got 4 swimmers. In lane 2, we've got Tracy. In lane 3, we've got Dylan. In lane 4, we've got Justin. And in lane 6, Joe. 100-yard butterfly coming into the first 50, all very tight. Lane 2 gets his hand on the wall first, 26.20, all in 26s though. Very close race at the first 50. Coming into the third turn, continuing to stay a close race. All 4 swimmers right up with each other. Great way to finish this session. Guys are really pushing to the finish. Who is going to be able to pull away? Lane 4 looking to pull away a little bit on lane 2. Lane 2 will hold on with a 56.21, followed by lane 4 with a 56.30. Great job to all the swimmers in session 7. That brings us to the conclusion of session 7, and we will have a 15-minute break while the swimmers from this session clear out and make way for the session 8 swimmers. Luckily for those 8 swimmers, the rain and the wind is going to continue. So if they thought they were going to get a little bit of sunshine, that's not going to happen today. Appreciate you all watching online on the stream. Next, we're going to have a little audio break. The feed will stay live. There'll be about a 10 to 15 minute break here, and the meet looks to be running about 20 minutes ahead of schedule if you're following the timeline posted on the website. After the swimmers switch and session 8 swimmers enter the facility, they'll start their warm-up and have approximately 55 minutes of warm-up. During that time, we'll be off the audio, but don't worry, we'll be back with session 8 and one more session to close out this meet this weekend, the 2020 SMAC Fall Classic. Hello out there to everybody streaming the meet today. This is the 2020 SMAC Fall Kickoff that you're watching. Thanks for being with us. Make sure to give me a shout out in the chat if there's anybody who's been with us all day. It's been a day filled with rain and wind and some cool fall Seattle weather. But otherwise, a great day for swimming, and the athletes have been doing some great swimming out here today in the first 3 sessions. So we're really excited for the 17 and overs to hit the pool and close out the meet with some great events today. We're going to start with event 29, the 100 freestyle, event 30, the 100 backstroke, event 31, the 100 breaststroke, and event 32, the 100 butterfly. 29, 30, 31, and 32 are the event numbers that we will have for you in session 8. Session 8 is you got a little bit of break, so if you need to hit the bathroom, take a little break, stretch your legs, do some exercises, go get some more popcorn or fill up on your favorite beverage, now is a great time to go ahead and do that. We are awaiting the first warm-up to get started. Once the first warm-up gets started and underway, there'll be about 50 minutes of warm-up. And we expect session 2 to start sometime around 4:40. We did finish about 10 minutes early on the last session, so if possible, we will definitely be getting this session 8 underway sooner than later. So thanks for sticking around, and we look forward to 4 remaining events in this meet this weekend. So stick with us. The audio is going to be off for a little bit while the kids warm up here, and we'll be back on closer to the meet. Warm-up number 1 has opened up for our SMAC athletes. The swimmers that you see entering the pool right now are part of warm-up number 1. They'll have 25 minutes to warm up, and then they'll clear the pool for warm-up number 2. Getting ready for session number 8, the 17 and overs. Hello, streamers, and welcome to session 8 of the 2020 SMAC Fall Kickoff. It is a beautiful Seattle sunny day down here at Lake Ridge Pool, and I use that term Seattle sunny day to describe a cloudy and rainy day, a typical fall day for us here, but the rains have lightened up a little bit coming into session 8 here. And looking forward to these session 8 swimmers having a great opportunity to swim 4 events 29, 30, 31, and 32. If you're listening to this, just wanted to give you a brief update. The swimmers that you see in the water right now are part of the first warm-up group. The second warm-up group will be getting into the pool after this group is done. And we will be starting around the 4:30 mark for session 8. So if you're tuning in and you need to run and go and do something, do it quick, because you're not going to want to miss these 4 events: 100 freestyle, 100 backstroke, 100 breaststroke, and finishing the afternoon and the meet with one of my favorites, the 100 butterfly. 17 per session, scheduled to start around 4:30 again. We'll pause the audio for a bit longer during the warm-ups, let you take a look at the athletes as they get prepared and ready to swim here, and we'll be back on the air a little bit closer to meet time. If this is your first session that you're watching and you're trying to orient yourself to the layout of the pool, the diving well side is nearest lane 6, and lane 1 is nearest the starting tents, the gray and white starting tents. And there is no pop-up quiz on that later. A 5-minute warning was just given to the swimmers in Group 1 who are in the pool right now warming up. They've got 5 minutes left in their warm-up, and then Group 2 of the 17 and overs will be entering the pool. Each group gets about 25 minutes to complete their warm-up before we get into the start of the meet. If you're just joining us for session 8, welcome. If you've been here all day, hooray to you for hanging out. Let me know who you are in the chat. We're getting ready for session 8 of the 2020 SMAC Fall Kickoff. 17 years and over. Going to be starting with event 29. Each of these events, with the exception of breaststroke, is going to have 6 heats. Breaststroke will have 4 heats. And we'll be starting at 4:41 according to the meet schedule, and we may be a little bit ahead of time on that. And I know the officials and the starters are trying to move the timeline as quick as possible. So if they're ready early, we will get going early. Hello, streamers, and those of us hanging out in some nice, warm, comfortable place watching the live stream of today's second day of the 2020 SMAC Fall Kickoff Meet. We have about 15 minutes left in Group 2 warm-up here at 4:30. These athletes will exit the pool, and after a short 5-minute break, we'll begin the meet. So approximately 4:35, 4:40. Final session, session 8 of this meet will kick off. We'll have 4 events in this session: the 17 and over 100 freestyle, 100 backstroke, 100 breaststroke, and 100 butterfly. So thanks for hanging out with us this afternoon. If you're just joining and tuning in, we will be on the audio a little bit more once the meet gets started. For now, you're watching the athletes warm up in the second group of warm up. If this is the first session that you've joined us for this meet, welcome. If you've been with us all day, please let me know in the chat, and kudos to you. So we're going on hour number 7 right now of this live stream. If you're just tuning in and this is your first session, you might want to orient yourself to what you're seeing on screen. Your lane 1 is going to be the lane that is closest to the starter tent. That's the white and gray tent in the corner of the screen. And on the opposite side, near the diving well, that's going to be lane 6. Bottom of the screen is where the starting blocks are located, and that's where the athletes will be starting and finishing their races. Welcome everybody online. The 5-minute warning was just given to the swimmers. They've got 5 minutes remaining in warm-up. We will be beginning in 8, 17 and overs with event 29, 100-yard freestyle. There'll be 6 heats in the event, and a few minutes after warm-up concludes, we'll be proceeding with event 29, heat 1 of our final session of the day and our final session of the meet, session 8, coming up shortly. If this is your first session that you're tuning in for, the start finish is at the bottom of your screen. Lane 6 is closest to the diving well. And as we get started in the meet, we'll be keeping you up to date on what heat and what event is in the water, as well as the swimmers in those heats and their names and who is in the water for each of those heats. All righty. The announcer has just given word to the swimmers to clear the pool, so everyone will be getting in place for the start of session 8, the 2020 SMAC Fall Kickoff. This is our final session of the day, final session of this great meet over the last 2 days. We've got 17 and over mixed 100-yard freestyle coming up next. Heat 1 making their way up to the blocks. Event 29 mixed and over 100-yard freestyle. And we're underway for session number 8, final session of the day. Thanks for streaming along with us today. In lane 2, Ben. Lane 3, Alex. Lane 4, Thomas. And in Heat 1, making his way into the wall first is going to be lane 4 with a 56.37. Heat 2 is just called up to the blocks. Heat 2. Taking off, we've got lane 1, an unnamed swimmer on my heat sheet. Lane 2, Sophia. Lane 3, Mac. Lane 4, Ellie. Lane 5, Alex. Into the first turn, it's lane 3 at the wall first in a 29.72 split. After the third and final turn, lane 3 holding on to that slight advantage over lane 2 as they come into the finish. It's going to be lane 3 holding on with a time of 1 minute 0.79, followed by lane 2 with a 1:01.89. Heat 3 making their way up to the blocks. (17 and over 100-yard freestyle. In heat 3, competing in lane 1, Carter. Lane 2, Emma. Lane 3, Lauren. Lane 4, Julia. Lane 5, Lauren. That's Lauren McCain in lane 5. Lane 6, Sarah Jacobson. As they come into the first 50, lane 1 first at the wall with a 26.63 split. Lane 1 maintaining that advantage into the third and final turn. Lane 3 and 4 not far behind, and lane 5 making a push on lane 3 into the final couple of strokes. And inside the flags, lane 1 will stay first with a 55.32 in that heat, followed by lane 3 with a 56.91. Heat 4 of 6 making their way up to the blocks. Heat 4 of 6 is in the water. Competing in this heat, we have lane 1, Josh. Lane 2, Elke. Lane 4, Cole. Lane 3, Cole. Lane 4, Ella. Lane 5, Maisie. And lane 6, Mac. And as they come into the first turn, it's lane 6 and lane 3. And lane 6 with a very slight advantage. 25.88 is the split at the 50. Lane 3 and lane 6 still holding out front. Going into the third turn. Lane 3 with holding that slight advantage. Lane 4 right behind them. And coming into the finish, looks like it'll be lane 3 touching first in this heat, 53.85, followed by lane 6 with a 55.14. Heat 5 making their way up to the blocks. Heat 5 mixed, 17 and over, 100-yard freestyle. Competing in lane 1, Yaten. Lane 2, Luke. Lane 3, Slava. Lane 4, Jared. Lane 5, Matt. Lane 6, Chase. As they make their way into the first turn, very tight heat with lane 3 hitting the wall first in a 24-2-6 split on that first 50. Maintaining that lead into the third and final turn. Behind him, lane number 6. But the rest of the pack right there as well as they come down the final stretch. And inside the flags, look like lane 3 is going to hold on with a 50.74, followed by lane 6 with a 52.12. Heat 6 was just called to the blocks. And a practical joke by the starter sends lane 4 off into the pool. Apparently he needed a little additional warm-up before we start this heat. This time for real. All right, final heat of event 29, 100-yard freestyle is underway. And a clean start this time. Competing all for SMAC in lane 1, Kevin. Lane 2, Vlad. Lane 3, Tyler. Lane 4, Jack. Lane 5, Christopher. And lane 6, Noah. First into the wall on the 50, lane 3. And at 22-8 is the split on lane 3. The rest of the pack following close behind as they head into the third and final turn of this event. Lane 3 holding on to his lead. Lane 2 has separated into second place. Lane 3 with a 47.64, followed by lane 2 with a 50.48. Up next is going to be event 30, heat 1, 17 and over mixed 100-yard backstroke. In between these events today, there's a 3-minute break for the swimmers. Next event up will be event 30, heat 1. Okay, the athletes were just notified. They've got 2 more minutes. in between the next event. So it looks like we'll be taking about 5 to 6 minutes in between these events to give the swimmers a chance to warm down and prepare for the next event. They are moving pretty quickly today in this format. These sessions take about an hour, and each of these athletes is doing 4 events, 100 of each stroke, in a matter of that time. So they are swimming pretty much back to back in their events, and this gives them an opportunity to stretch and warm up and cool down in between these events. All right, heat 1 is now at their lanes. And swimmers for heat 1 are in the water. 100-yard backstroke, event 30, heat 1 coming up. Lane 2 of this 100-yard backstroke, Thomas. Lane 3, Josh. And lane 4, Ben. In case you're just joining us on the live stream and you haven't been on previous sessions, lane 6 is the lane that is closest to the diving well. Lane 1 is the lane that is closest to the starting table. As they come into the first 50, lane 2 and 3, both with 33 splits. And as they come into the final few yards, lanes 2 and 3 staying tight together, finishing first in this heat. Lane 3 with a 108.62, followed by lane 2 with a 108.90. Heat 2 in the water. In the water, swimming in lane 2 is Alex. Lane 3, Anna. Lane 4, Sophia. And lane 5, Sarah. This is heat 2 of event 3rd, 100 yard, 17 and over backstroke. As they come into the 50, it's going to be lane 3 with a split of 34.19. And making her way into the final few yards of this event, it's going to be lane 3 touching first in a 109.95. Followed by lane 4 with a 115.08. Heat 3 is underway. Competing in this heat, we have lane 1, Cole. Lane 2, Julia. Lane 3, Carter. Lane 4, Elke. Lane 5, Matt. Lane 6, Ellie. And coming into the first turn, looks like lane 3 with a split of 31.96. First one on the wall. Lane 3 and 4 staying right together, but going into the third and final turn, lane 4 with a slight advantage. As they come down the home stretch, lane 3 and 4 together on the finish. And lane 4 coming back in a 104.44 is going to be first one on the wall, followed by lane 3 with a 104.58. Heat 4 enters the water. Heat 4 is off. Competing in lane 1, Emma. Lane 2, Lauren. Lane 3, Yaden. Lane 4, Francis. Lane 5, Lauren. Lane 6, Luke. That's Lauren McCain in lane 2 and Lauren Wilson in lane 5. Lane 3 into the wall first with a 29-4 split. And coming down the home stretch, lane 3 holding into first. 101.14. Followed by lane 5 in a 103.58. Heat 5 was just called up to the blocks. All right, there's the whistle for Heat 5 to enter the water. And Heat 5 is off. Competing in lane 1, Ella. Lane 2, Christopher. Lane 3, Noah. Lane 4, Maisie. Lane 5, Chase. Lane 6, Sarah. As they make their way into the first 50, lane 2 and 3. Lane 3 with a 28.04. First to the wall. Heading into the third and final turn, lane 2 and 3 staying together. Right behind them, lane 5. Lane 3 followed closely by lane 2, and right behind them both is lane 5. Coming into the finish, lane 2 sit at the wall with 57.63, followed by lane 3, 57.64. Heat 6 entering the water. Heat 6, our final heat of event 30, 17 and over 100-yard backstroke. Competing in lane 1, Jack. Competing in lane 2, Vlad. Lane 3, Tyler. Lane 4, Kevin. Lane 5, Jared. And lane 6, Slava. As they come down the backside of the first 50, lane 3 out in front with a split of 25-4-2, followed by the field. In and through the third and final turn is lane 3, followed closely by lanes 4 and lane 2, and right behind them 5, 6, and 1. Lane 3 finishing first in heat 6 with a 51.88, and in second, lane 4 with a 56.75.
All right, we got 5 minute break before we do event 31, so have a break.
Okay, up next will be event 31, heat 1, 100 yards, 17 and over breaststroke. We're halfway through session 8 here on this blustery afternoon. Lights have come on. We're getting ready to swim at night, going into the breaststroke and the butterfly events. There's going to be a 5-minute break right now, giving the swimmers a chance to warm down, and we will resume with event 31 in 5 minutes. All right, event 31, heats 1 through 3 have been called to the staging area. We'll be getting underway with event 31 shortly. All right, got the camera reset up after blowing over in the wind there. Getting a little choppy up here on the catwalk as we finish off the afternoon. Event 31, Heat 1 has just been called up to the blocks, and they are on the blocks, ready to go. We are underway with Event 31, the 100-yard breaststroke. This event has 4 heats. In Heat 1, we have competing in Lane 1, Alex. Lane 2, Josh. Lane 6, Lane 3, Sarah. Lane 4, Lauren Wilson. Lane 5, Lauren McCain. Lane 6, Thomas. And at the wall, Lane 1, first to touch with a split of 36.54. Off the wall on the third and final turn, Lane 6 holding that slight advantage over Lane 4. Lane 4 pushing hard to make this a close touch finish, and so is Lane 1, but Lane 6 going to hold on with a 1:17.04, followed by Lane 4 with a 1:17.77. Heat 2 called up to the starting blocks. In Heat 2, competing in Lane 1, we have Elke. Lane 2, Jack. Lane 3, Ellie. Lane 4, Luke. Lane 5, Emma. And Lane 6, Carter. As they come into the first 50, Lane 2 and Lane 4 on the lead with Lane 2 first to the wall with a 34.05 split. Lane 2 and lane 4 holding slight advantage over the field. 1, 3, 5, and 6 right behind them. Off the third turn, lane 2 and lane 4 holding their positions in first and second. Lane 6 making a push for third. First to the wall in this heat, lane 4 with a 112.68, followed by lane 2 with a 113.78. Heat 3 is up on the blocks. Off they go, competing in Heat 3. Lane 1, Yaten. Lane 2, Anna. Lane 3, Cole. Lane 4, Ben. Lane 5, Slava. Lane 6, Maisie. Making their way in first 50. Lane 3 and lane 5 out in front, with lane 3 touching first in a 32-9-2 split. Lane 5 pulling slightly ahead as they go into the third and final turn of this event. Lane 5 solidly out in front after the third turn, heading into the final touch right behind lane 3. It's lane 5 first to the wall, 108.52, followed by lane 3 with a 111.08. Heat 4 swimmers heading up to the blocks. Heat 4 swimmers are on the blocks. The final heat of the 100-yard breaststroke for 17 and overs. This is Heat 4. Competing in lane 1, Kevin. Lane 2, Jared. Lane 3, Tyler. Lane 4, Christopher. Lane 5, Vlad. And lane 6, Noah. Lane 3 and 4 coming into the wall for the first 50. Lane 3, 29.01 split, followed by lane 4, 29.02 split. Very close for those two swimmers in 3 and 4. Lane 3 pulling slightly ahead on a third lap going into the third and final turn. As they come down the final lap, lane 3 and 4 out in front for first and second, followed by the field. And lane 3, 1 minute, 0.30, followed by lane 4, 101.16.
We have a last 5-minute break. One up, one down, 5 minutes, and then we are to the final event, the 32.
That brings us to the conclusion of event 31, the breaststroke. There will be a 5-minute break for the swimmers to warm up, warm down, and then we will be on our last event, event 32. This announcer's favorite, the 100-yard butterfly, finishing the day and finishing the meet. 17 and over 100-yard butterfly, event 32, heat 1 coming up next. We'll have 6 heats of this event. All right, the swimmers have just been given notice that there's about a minute left before they call for heats 1, 2, and 3 to start lining up. We've got 6 heats to go. It's the best 6 heats of the night, so hopefully you're sticking with us. Event 32, heat 1 coming up. The coaches are soaked, but the swimmers are ready to go. Event 32, heat 1 is underway. In this heat, we have lane 2, Thomas, lane 3, Sarah, and lane 4, Ben. This is event 32, 17 or 100-yard butterfly. This is the final event of the evening and the final event of the meet. So thanks for hanging out with us online, cheering these swimmers on from the comfort of your home or car or wherever you may be watching. Hopefully you're not standing in the rain and watching. And as we come into the final lap of heat 1, we've got lane 2 touching the wall first with a 103.73. Heat 2, which is called blocks. Heat 2, up on the blocks. In this heat, we have 4 swimmers competing. In lane 2, Sophia. In lane 3, Mac. In lane 4, Ellie. In lane 5, Alex. And coming down the home stretch on the final lap, we've got lane 3 out in front trying to hold on as lane 4 makes a final push. But it's going to be lane 3 touching first in a 110.47, followed by lane 4 in a 111.29. Heat 3 is going to be up next. While we're waiting on Heat 3 to get up to the blocks, I want to take a moment to thank all of the SMAC volunteers who put this meet together, all of the coaches, everyone who is and has worked on the pool deck over the course of this weekend, everyone who has donated supplies, tents, food, etc. to participate in the meet. Thank you for all those volunteer efforts. All of those efforts come together to put on this great competition for this SMAC Intrasquad meet. Heat 3 is by their blocks, waiting for the starter. Heat 3 on the blocks. Off they go, 100-yard butterfly. Heat 3, competing in lane 1, Lauren. Lane 2, Anna. Lane 3, Luke. Lane 4, Emma. Lane 5, Julia. And lane 6, Cole. As they head towards the first 50, lane 3 out in front with a split of 28.67, followed by lane 5. Lane 3 solidly out in front of the heat as he heads into the third turn, followed by the remainder of the pack. Three or four swimmers challenging for second place in this heat as lane 3 out to a solid lead is going to finish first in the heat with a 1 minute .90. Following him up, lane 2 gets in there for second place with a 106.45. Heat 4 is making their way to the blocks. Heat 4, 100-yard butterfly on the blocks. Competing in Heat 4, Lane 1, Elke. Lane 2, Lauren. Lane 3, Carter. Lane 4, Maisie. Lane 5, Sarah. Lane 6, Ella. And as they come back on the first 50, lane 3 and 4 battling it out. Lane 4, first to touch at the 50, 28.24 is the speed. Lane 3 and 4 continuing into the third turn up front. Lane 4 with possibly a slight edge right behind them. Lane 2 pushing for that second place, third place spot. Lane 3 and 4 coming into the flags, too close to call. It is lane 3, 59.32. Lane 4, 59.85. Heat 5 swimmers making their way to the blocks. This is the next to last heat for the meet. Heat 5 on the blocks. As they enter the water in Heat 5, competing in Lane 1, Yayton. Competing in Lane 2, Josh. Lane 3, Noah. Lane 4, Matt. Lane 5, Jack. Lane 6, Slava. Tight group as they come back on the first 50. Into the wall, it's going to be Lane 4 with a 27.06, followed by Lane 5 with a 27.18. Very tight group with those 4 swimmers in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Lane 4 pulling slightly ahead as they enter that third turn. Coming off of the third turn, Lane 6 making a push to stay up with Lane 4. But it looks like Lane 4 is going to have enough to stay in the lead and touch first with a 57.86, followed by second place Lane 6, 58.34. Thanks to those who have been streaming along with us. And this is going to bring us to the final event, final heat of the meet. Heat 6, event 32, 100-yard, 17 and over, butterfly. Swimmers are making their way to the blocks. These athletes are ready to go. They're on the blocks for the final heat of the night. It's a clean start for Heat 6. And in Lane 1, we have Jared. Lane 2, Kevin. Lane 3, Tyler. Lane 4, Chase. Lane 5, Vlad. And Lane 6, Christopher. Off the wall from the first turn. Lane 3 out in front, followed closely by Lane 4 and the rest of the field. Lane 3 into the wall first with a 24.56 split, followed by Lane 4 with a 25.59 and Lane 2 in a 25.93. Heading into the third turn, Lane 3 solidly out and followed by Lane 4. Lane 2 and Lane 6 pushing for that third place spot at the moment. Lane 3 out in front. Going to finish with a 52.26 and winning that heat. Right behind him, Lane 4 made the push for second place with a 54.13. And that brings us to the conclusion of the 2020 SMAC Kickoff Intrasquad meet. So thanks for joining us on this first ever live stream. Hope that you enjoyed being able to see the swimmers as much as we would love to have everyone on the pool deck and have the swimming pool filled up with cheers. This is a great way to be able to see the kids swim and cheer them on and encourage them. So some great swims over the last 2 days amidst some challenging weather, some wonderful volunteers, and we will see you at the next meet. So enjoy and be safe, and thanks for joining us over the last 2 days.